It's a hot and muggy night here on the north side as we get you set for Cubs baseball. The Cardinals are in. It should be a fun week. Cardinals for 4 over the next 3 days. And then the White Sox come in this weekend. It's game 1 of this series. Great to have you with us alongside Jim DeShays. I'm Len Casper. We recently saw the Cardinals in St. Louis. The Cardinals swept the Cubs. Cubs had lost 5 in a row. Didn't look very good, did it? Well, since they left St. Louis, the Cubs have won 5 of 6.
Yeah, Joe Madden brought a magician into the clubhouse in New York, and since then the Cubs have played winning baseball 5 out of 6. He hasn't really been able to cure the bats, the magician, but the pitching has been outstanding. Cubs with that sweep of the Mets go 7-0 against New York, first 7-game season sweep of the club since 1885. How about Johnny Herrera with his first home run? Chris Bryant with a big day here the other day, including a grand slam. And now the Cubs 8 games better than 500 this late in the year for the first time since '09.
And in that second wild card spot at the moment as they hit the halfway mark, Anthony Rizzo's on the All-Star team for the 2nd straight year, and Chris Bryant, the rookie, is going to go with him to Cincinnati. We'll have the Cardinals and the Cubs, Lackey and Lester coming up next. Designated driver and enjoy the great times. Honda Dream Garage Sales Event, now at your Honda dealer. Napa, home of Napa know-how. Ford, America's best-selling brand, inviting you to go further in our fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out our entire lineup at your Ford store or at localfordstores.com. Subway, make a smart play for savory subs this season. Score more flavor at Subway restaurants. Subway, eat fresh. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. Chicago Cubs baseball in sparkling and high definition on WGN TV is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Cubs have 2 All-Stars that will help out the National League in Cincinnati a week from tomorrow, July the 14th. Chris Bryant, a first-timer, manager's choice. Anthony Rizzo, a player's choice. 2nd straight year he's going to the Midsummer Classic. Let's hear from Rizzo.
It's just awesome. It's a great honor to get that from the players. You know, you grind for your team all year long, and you watch what other guys do from afar, and you see them play. Maybe you don't see what they have to offer that day or whatnot, but we see each other with all the coverage of baseball all the time. So to be able, you know, for the players to vote me in is really special.
How about
Yeah, always a special day when you find out you're going to the All-Star game. And not that we were concerned that Anthony wouldn't make it, but there are a lot of really good first base candidates. And in the case of Chris Bryant, I thought you made a really good point earlier, JD, we were talking about it, that if you're Bruce Bochy and you want to win the game, you want to have Chris Bryant on your team.
Yeah, well, he's a slugger. He certainly has the numbers to merit being on the All-Star team, and he's versatile. He can go play the outfield for you. So Bruce Bochy selecting Chris Bryant has added some depth to that National League All-Star roster.
So for the Cardinals, Johnny Peralta, Matt Holliday were voted into the starting lineup. Holliday's currently on the DL. Also Yadier Molina, Michael Wacha, Trevor Rosenthal will be in. Carlos Martinez on the final man ballot. Tommy Pham had a career day yesterday, first major league home run. Matt Carpenter, Peralta we mentioned in the All-Star game. Jason Hayward's had a huge season against the Cubs. Molina an All-Star for the 7th straight year. Colton Wong plays second. Mark Reynolds at first. Randall Grichuk in left with Holliday out. And John Lackey, the pitcher, batting 9th.
Cubs defensively this evening. Coghlan, Fowler, and Jorge Soler left, center, right. Bryant, Castro, Russell, Rizzo around the infield. And for the first time of this year, Miguel Montero, the starting assignment with John Lester on the mound. David Ross out with on the 7-day concussion DL. And Lester takes the mound with a 4-6 record, a 374 earned run average. He's been on a nice roll lately. His last 4 starts, he's 0-1 with 3 no decisions, but the Cubs have won those 3 ball games, and he has a 222 earned run average over those 4 ball games.
Tonight's weather 82, but it is really muggy and humid. We do have a chance of rain, but it's a hot one here tonight. Hopefully the rain stays away. I don't think we can play a triple header tomorrow. We're already playing 2. Ted Barrett, the crew chief, has the plate. Chris Conroy's at first. Angel Hernandez at second. Pat Hoberg is over at third. And there will be another umpire here to help out with the doubleheader tomorrow.
I don't think Ernie ever even said, let's play 3.
He might have on a doubleheader day. You never know. So Tommy Pham will lead it off. Game-winning 2-run homer in the 3rd inning yesterday off Ian Kennedy of the San Diego Padres. He doubled, knocked in 3 total, and we are underway. Fastball 93. In and off the inside corner to Pham. John Jay is on the disabled list. There's a chopper foul past third.
Cardinals' depth has been tested many times this year due to injury. Pham the latest to get a chance with John Jay going down. John Lester making his 3rd start against St. Louis this year. He's 1-1 with a 3.18 against them. Opening night had his struggles and then faced them again in early May and pitched well. Allowed 4 runs, only 1 earned in 7 innings.
Jay on the DL, by the way, 2nd time this year due to left wrist issues. Surgically repaired wrist. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Cutters in, then a backdoor curveball.
Pulled foul again. Cardinals losing 4 of 6 since they swept the Cubs. Still have the best record in baseball. They're on a pace to win 106. Swing and a miss on a curve in the dirt.
The Cardinals, like the Cubs, have really struggled to score runs. Lately, just 11 runs in their last 6 ball games. Swing and miss curveball for Lester, and the Lester-Montero duo off to a good start here.
Now Matt Carpenter
Boy, John will be full-on Ted Striker mode here tonight in this humidity.
Yeah, he likes to sweat. Well, I don't know if he likes to, he does. This is 1-0 to Carpenter, and this one's fouled out of play. Remember, Carpenter in early May missed 4 games due to extreme fatigue. He was batting .333 on the year. And when he sat out a few days, he's hitting just .237 in 48 games since he returned. Just off the outside corner. 2-1.
Good life on that heater, 94 miles an hour. Throw that dart to the outside corner, just a wee bit off. 7 shutout against the Mets last time John went to the mound.
Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Which is pretty much the norm for the Cubs pitching here lately. It's been an incredible run.
Lester faced the Cardinals on opening night in his Cup debut. A little shaky, 4 1/3, 8 hits, 3 runs. He took the loss. 4th career start in the regular season. 3rd this year against St. Louis, and famously went 2-0 in the World Series with Boston against the Cardinals in 2013. You know, JD, we talk about this vaunted Cardinal rotation and pitching staff, and it's legit. I mean, 2.59 ERA, leading the majors by a wide margin. The Cubs are 4th among all 30 teams in ERA, 3.32. They have 3 starters who are on a pace to go 200 innings. Lester, Arrieta, and Hamill.
Yeah, Cubs are where they are because of their pitching. I mean, they've been really good lately, but they've been pretty solid all year long.
Three-2 on the way to Carpenter, and inside ball 4 to a patient hitter. Lester really wanted it.
And for good reason. Number 7 appeared to be a very nice pitch.
One where the catcher had to reach for it, and the umpire didn't give him the call.
Well, a couple of starts ago here, John got into it a little bit with home plate umpire Andy Fletcher. It's just the fact is, you know, when you go out there are going to be some pitches that you make in the zone that are not going to be called, and you have to kind of turn the page and move on.
Look at the lead Carpenter has. Curveball strike. I mean, he's 2 steps beyond where you'll ever see a guy take a lead off first. And we saw him do that earlier this season.
Yeah, we also saw him in that last pitch go back to the base as the pitch was being delivered.
Yep. Well, he's just not comfortable. Swing and a miss. 0-2. And assisted by Chris Maloney, the first base coach.
Yeah, and Maloney just told him get a little more. See how far you can go.
Cutter missed in.
So
1-2.
I guess, you know, my thinking all along with John having his struggles to throw to first base is that teams in this situation would just take off. Rarely do we see that. So I'm guessing the strategy is more, let's just try to get in his head and see if we can induce a throw over. Look at the lead now. John might be able to step off the back of the rubber and chase him down.
Now Rizzo asks for time, I think, because Carpenter's off so far. Meanwhile, Johnny Peralta, as I mentioned, voted into the starting lineup for the National League as the Shortstop, third time he's been an All-Star, first time voted in by the fans. And that had to feel good for him, especially 2 years after the 50-game PED suspension. He is leading the Cardinals in batting average, homers, RBIs, and hits. Opener not going, and Peralta bounces foul.
Peralta signing by the Cardinals drew a lot of criticism at the time, but it has certainly paid off. He was really good for him last year. And again, there's a lot of power to the shortstop position.
Carpenter goes this time, swing and a miss. The throw, Montero had no shot. And it was to the shortstop's side. So Carpenter gets his second steal, but there are 2 outs in the inning.
And John Lester, especially for a big man, is really quick to home plate. But once a guy measures the lead that big, it gives the catcher very little chance.
Hayward, 349 against lefties this year. He's 8 for 15 with a home run against John Lester in his career. Runner at second, 2 outs, just underway. First of 4 over the next 3 days, and a strike called.
Hayward got off to a very slow start this year. It has rebounded nicely. Pitchers, we could be finicky creatures. And a couple pitches he thought should have been called strike were not. He's working with a new catcher. Carpenter over there taking a 20-foot lead. Everything's swirling around in John Lester's brain right now. Especially early when you're just trying to get settled in out there. Heat and humidity, you might take a little extra time between pitches.
Count holding at 1-2. Pause, big leg kick, and Montero knocking down that one in the dirt. We'll see Taylor Teagarden catch one of the 2 doubleheader games tomorrow. The Cardinals will have a couple of lefties. Tyler Lyons in game 1, Tim Cooney in game 2. Jake Arrieta will go for the Cubs in the opener here on WGN, and then tomorrow night, right-hander Dallas Beeler will be the 26th man from Iowa, and he'll make the start. Game 3 of this series. Popped into shallow right. Addison Russell makes the catch. A high pitch inning for Lester, 23, but he gets out of it with no damage. Airlines, book your low fare now at southwest.com. Big change in the lineup, at least for tonight, is that Chris Coghlan and Dexter Fowler essentially have flip-flopped. Coughlin's been hot, Fowler has not. And you see what Coughlin's done against John Lackey. Rizzo, Bryant, back-to-back. The All-Stars 2 and 3. Montero, Castro, Soler's second game back from the DL. Fowler, then John Lester, then Addison Russell.
Matt Holliday, John Jay on the DL, as is Matt Adams. So you see the replacements there. Gritchick for Holliday in left, Pham for Jay in center. Jason Hayward, outstanding defender. He's in right field. Carpenter, Peralta, Wong, and Reynolds third to first. Speaking of outstanding defenders, Yadier Molina is behind the plate. John Lackey, the veteran right-hander, 36 years of age. And he's been really good this year, 6-5 with a .330 like John Lester. He's done a lot of good work here over his last 3 or 4 starts. He's been solid against the Cubs.
From Abilene, Texas. And right down the middle, a bullet for a strike to Coghlan. Good day yesterday. Walked, scored the eventual game-winning run on a wild pitch in the very first inning. And added some insurance late with an RBI single and the 2-0 win over Miami.
John Lackey throws strike one more than just about any pitcher in baseball. He's number 3 on the list. 71% of the time he throws strike one, well above league average.
Outside, 1-2.
This time he started Coghlan with a fastball right over the heart of the plate, but a lot of times it's the first pitch get over curveball. He's got a slider and a change as well.
Needed a second. Swing and a miss for out number 1.
Trying to throw that slider down and in. Lackey obviously missed his spot, but he got away with it. Grip could be an issue. It's hot and muggy like this. It's hard to keep your hand dry. Sometimes that can affect the breaking ball.
So Rizzo facing Lackey, first time since June 26th. And remember, Lackey drilled Anthony a fastball to the right forearm. It bugged him the rest of that weekend. 17 times he's been hit or ball peened, according to his manager Joe Madden, and that's why he had the day off yesterday and found out after batting practice today that he was going to the All-Star game for the 2nd straight year. And to sweat it out last year, he got in via the final player vote, an extra guy. This year, the players said, "We want you on our team."
Very deserving All-Stars. That first base position, year in and year out, there's always a couple of guys that get snubbed there. A handful of guys each year put up All-Star worthy numbers. It would have been really a shame had Anthony not made it. So good job by the players.
Probably goes without saying, but we look back a decade and it was Derek Lee and Aramis Ramirez, kind of the cornerstones of the position players. And now it's Rizzo and Bryant. That ball out into deep left, but playable. Gritchick on the warning track makes the catch for out number 2.
Looked a little unsteady as he drifted after that one, ultimately able to put it away for out number 2.
Well, in the case of Lee and Ramirez, the Cubs were able to acquire those guys via trade right in the prime of their career. Bryant drafted by the Cubs, Rizzo acquired just as he was starting his major league career. maybe you say you win championships up the middle, but definitely helps to have an all-star first and third baseman too.
It's just nice to be able to check the boxes, right? To say we're good here for a number of years, we're good over there for a number of years, and you know, with Bryant, there's still the option if you decide to move him to the outfield.
Lackey's 0-2 is outside. Well, he's making you look good because you dropped kind of like a 10-time All-Star on him. So he's only got 9 to go now.
Yeah.
I might take the over on 10. He's just getting started.
His nickname could be Perennial at some point. One of those phrases you hear in baseball. He's a perennial all-star, year in and year out.
Did he get enough of it? Gricic looked back, and he has just enough room. Bryant just missed one. And the Cubs go down 1-2-3. Allowed out to end the inning. After one, we're scoreless. Music on the off night this Thursday with Mr. Eddie Vedder. The Cub fans, make sure you check out Len and JD's baseball blog at WGNTV.com. Sponsored by Jeff Vukovich, your nationwide insurance agent. Serving the area for 37 years. To join the nation, contact Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. Second inning in a scoreless tie. It was a 24-pitch first inning for Lester. Walked one. Didn't give up a hit as Molina hits one hard on a hop. Nice backhanded stab by Addison Russell. I don't know if people realize just how good he's been with the glove this year.
Yeah, a little shaky early on, but he has turned into a well above average defender out there at second base.
Colton Wong had been in the leadoff spot. He's hitting 6th tonight, 2 for his last 21. That finds the outside edge.
Certainly could have made a case for Colton Wong. As an all-star, he and Johnny Peralta have total 274 bases. Total bases between the two, that's the highest among any middle infield duo in all of baseball.
DJ LeMahieu, the former Cub.
You see Lester a little frustrated with Montero. He doesn't like the way he's setting up back there. You see him motioning with his hands. Doesn't want him moving quite as much.
Pop foul right field. He's going to push that back toward the field of play, but it lands in the second row.
Cub fans, let's go. Cubs are back in action for a split doubleheader tomorrow against the Cardinals. Game 1 starts at 12:20. Game 2 at 7:05. Tickets are available for both games, including tickets out in the Budweiser bleachers. So visit Cubs.com to secure your seats. Do it now.
In the air to deep center. Fowler drifting back. Now on the back pedal, he's got it.
That's good tickets for both those games tomorrow. A little mishandle at the end, but he had made the catch. But get your kids, come out tomorrow, come to both games, make a big day of it. Lasting memories. There's the catch.
As he went to pull it out, that's when the ball got out of the mitt. Now Mark Reynolds. Lester appears to have put some rosin on his cap. I think the reason just so it doesn't drip with sweat. Swing and a miss, strike one.
Yeah, maybe just go up to get a little bit with his fingers too to try to keep his fingers dry so he can get the feel on the breaking ball.
Cardinals have won 7 of the 9 between these two teams. Change up that time.
Yeah, I think it's a night because it might be tough to spin the ball, that maybe you're going to see a few more change-ups.
Swing and a miss on the cutter to end the inning. His third strikeout early on. The Cards go down in order.
Log on to WGNTV.com right now. Click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner to connect to all the up-to-the-minute stats and information while you're watching from home. Game Zone is sponsored by The Great Escape. Tools, patio furniture, hot tubs, and more. Everything you need to have more fun at home this summer.
It's a hot one, wind blowing out tonight. Cardinals and Cubs kicking off a 4-game weekday set. Miguel Montero swings and misses. He's in there tonight with David Ross on the disabled list. Caught Lester very briefly at the end of Lester's last start, but the first time they have started a regular season game together. That hit the knob of the bat. Montero didn't even try to sell it that it hit his hand.
Some guys have their pinky dangling off that knob. That would have been a broken finger.
Grichuk circling, and he comes in to make the catch. 4 up, 4 down for John Lackey. He'll bring up Starlin Castro. The conditions tonight would say it feels improbable that somebody's not going to hit a home run at some point tonight. Right?
I would concur. Both these guys pretty good at getting the ball on the ground. John Lester more so this year than in the past. His ground ball rate is up a good bit over last year.
Foul tipped.
It was a homer swing. He tried to hit that one with all his might.
I forgot to mention, we've been asked. There's walk-up music. The Cubs dugout really gets into it. They start clapping. Ando en la Versace by Omega. The band is Omega. Starlin's walk-up music. I like it.
I'll have to pay more attention. I like looking down and seeing everybody clapping in the dugout.
Lackey's 1-2. We'll do it again. Starlin 0 for 7 on the homestand. Three-time All-Star, not in the cards this year. And the pitch. 2-2.
A disappointing year for Starlin so far after an all-star season last year, a real bounce-back year in 2014. He still has plenty of time to right the ship. That's a beautiful thing about playing on a winning team. Obviously, it's all about the wins and losses, but when you're on a bad club, players tend to think more about just their numbers, and here you've got a guy who has struggled so far, but he can make a significant impact in the second half of the year for a team that's trying to claim a playoff spot.
Well, the bullpen as they scatter down there, and a fan making a really nice grab right there on the ledge. This Wednesday, July 8th, 7:05, Cubs host the Cardinals. First 10,000 fans get a Cubs cooler presented by Comcast Sportsnet. For tickets, visit Cubs.com.
One lucky fan will take home a cooler with a container of Otis's homemade egg salad in there. This container of egg salad for one lucky fan.
I still have not tried the famous egg salad. Lackey makes the catch. Really, the ball caught him.
I got in on the hands of Starlin, a little soft line drive. Yesterday, boy, Matt Latos made a heck of a play. A sharp line drive. This is a little more of a changeup. Softly floated out there to Lackey.
Nice play. Walking up to the music of Pitbull, Jorge Soler 0 for 3 in his return yesterday from the DL. Missed 30 games with a sprained left ankle. And he powders this one out of the deep center. Pham is back on it. It's going to be over his head, off the wall, and Soler into second with the game's first hit. That was a rocket.
Yeah, well, Soler wasn't tearing the cover off the ball when he got hurt, but he started to show signs of coming around. He is so strong. When he does make contact, it usually makes a loud noise. Just to have another big bat, another guy who can do damage in the lineup should bode well for this team, who has struggled here of late.
Bring up the struggling Dexter Fowler. 72 starts in the leadoff spot. This is only the third start he's made outside of that position. One start batting second, one hitting cleanup, and tonight batting seventh. One ball, no strikes. May sound odd to say, but maybe you can explain. You want guys like Jorge Soler to hit the ball in the air. Dexter Fowler, not so much. Kind of depends on the type of hitter and where you are in the lineup. Fowler does have some power, but lately JD's hit too many lazy fly balls.
Right, I think it mostly is what is the approach? If he's hitting the ball hard, hitting it on a line, handling pitches he should be handling. I don't really care a whole lot where he hits it. He's one of those tweeners because he does have the ability to hit the ball out of the ballpark, but he runs really well too. Sometimes those guys get caught in between.
Maybe better put, he hasn't hit the ball that hard lately.
Yeah, a lot of soft fly balls.
Yeah, more line drives.
Just, guys get caught in between and they're not ready for the fastball, and the ball gets a little deep on them, and get it in off the fat part of the bat and hit a little soft pop up. We've seen a fair bit of that from Dexter here lately.
Looking for a big 2-out hit here. Long pause by Lackey. Now the pitch. A little flinch there by Ted Barrett, but he did not ring him up. 3-2.
Good call, Ted. I think the other problem is, it happens to all hitters. It makes perfect sense when you think about it. When you're going through a funk, you want to hit your way out of it. You look up at the scoreboard and you say, oh man, I'm hitting 228. I need to get some hits. So you start expanding the zone, you start getting a little anxious, putting pitches in play that aren't really your pitch, a pitcher's pitch, a tough pitch to make good solid contact with. You really have to take an everyday, every at-bat approach and just realize it's going to take a while to get those numbers back to where you're used to seeing them.
Lester would hit next if Fowler gets on. Soler at second. Foul. Still 3-2. Pitch on the way. Ball 4. So now Lester 0 for 30 on the year, 0 for 66 to start his career.
RBI single off his old teammate would be a fun way to get his first hit.
Two strikes.
In my imagination, there's Lackey reaching back for a little something extra with Lester up there. 95 on that heater.
Another 0-2 from Lackey. Up the middle, off the foot. John Lester with his first major league hit. It doesn't drive in a run, but it keeps the inning alive.
That was in last start or 2 starts ago. He hit that ball sharply up the middle. The base runner was moving and drew the shortstop to the base. Took away a hit. There's number 1. A big ovation. Baby.
So that ends the record 0 for 66 to start a career. And Mike Matheny and the Cardinals athletic trainer out to check on John Lackey. For 5 in the postseason as well. So he has been waiting a long time for this.
I'm telling you, he's got a good swing. There's more to come.
Meantime, the bases are loaded for Addison Russell. Yeah, it's a bigger surprise that it took this long than that he actually got a hit. Fouled away.
And I think the at-bats in the American League came so sporadically for him. They probably didn't work all that hard, BP, in advance of those starts. And once you come to the National League and you know you're going to get ABs every 5 days, grind a little harder.
Driven hard but foul. 0-2 on Russell.
Cubs swept in St. Louis on the last road trip, managed to score just 4 runs in that 3-game set.
Two. 1-2. Well, as you mentioned, Fowler, you know, the walk, you like to see that from a struggling hitter. You get the pitcher up to the plate. He extends the inning. If nothing else, they're really making Lackey labor here early on. Strike 3 called on the outside corner. And the Cubs leave the bases loaded. Lackey with a little smile for his former teammate. Clark, the Cub, hanging here at the ballpark. Scoreless. from 6 to 7 p.m. hosted by Jarrett Payton and Josh Friedman. We're actually on the show tonight. And we're doing the setup for Naked Gun, right? Where they had like 8 analysts sitting in. It was like Dick Vitale, Jim Palmer, Dick Enberg, the whole crew. Nice to have you here, guys. How are you?
It's we're excited to be here. You guys weren't lying. It's nice and cool out.
It's steamy up here. I figured you're never going to let us leave. Now that Lester has his first MLB hit with us in the booth.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting. So the Cubs and the Cardinals scoreless here, and I would imagine baseball's been a big topic on your show here as of late.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of good timing for the show because the Hawks won the Stanley Cup the day after we premiered, which is pretty nice. We thanked our bosses for that. But a lot of baseball now. Good to see the Cubs in the thick of things, which is really nice.
Lester to Randall Grichuk, 8-9-1 for the Cardinals.
So the format of the show is
a little bit of everything. Yeah. We try to implement social media into our show, so we give Chicago fans and people who love sports around Chicago a voice and a place where they can voice their opinion or see their tweets on TV and hopefully have an opportunity to really grow this thing to something truly special.
You can tell from looking at us, we're very similar in our backgrounds, too. No, we're kind of the odd couple, which is fun. I think we play off each other pretty well, and we like to goof off. I think it's sports. We like to just have fun with it, and like Jared said, incorporating social media, whether it's tweets from John Lester or whoever's playing that day, other athletes. A lot of stuff at the U.S. Women's World Cup was fun last night.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And Grichuk, I don't even want to consider this partner, but Jonah Carey, I guess, tweeted, what if the Cubs get rained out tonight? That Lester hit won't count. That's the weird thing about our sport, right? Don't even want to ponder the thought. Yeah. Off the plate inside, 3-2.
It would almost seem fitting, wouldn't it? It took so long to get it that after he got it, it would then be erased from the record books.
So the U.S. Women's World Cup really captivated the entire country. And the game was kind of over early yesterday as Grichuk strikes out. But I know the TV ratings were just off the charts.
Yeah, Carly Lloyd had an unbelievable day. Soccer was my passion growing up. It's what I started to play. So to see what the women have done with the sport here in the United States, it's pretty amazing, and how dominant they've been. And especially on the offensive side of the ball, they were truly dominant. Defensively, they did it in this tournament, which was pretty special.
53,000 and change there at BC Place and millions. Well, I mean, it was pretty impressive.
Lackey looking for some revenge here. As Lester got him in the last half inning. As he bounces to Russell for the out. So you mentioned social media, guys. That's such a huge part of it. People watch sports today. They're on Twitter while they watch. We get a lot of tweets during our games. So you could probably take tweets all night and interact with fans that way on television. It's fun.
That's what we're trying to do. I mean, we love to be able to, pull out tweets. I'm still young to this. I'm the rookie. Josh, he's been in the game for a long period of time. I've been doing on the radio side, but I'm trying to learn this part of the business, and he's been a great helper and a great teacher for me. So
he's a good sidekick. He's the good partner to have for sure. It's a lot of fun, and don't let him undersell you on a soccer game either. We went out to the Chicago Fire a couple weeks back. This guy tried out for the under 14 national team.
Yeah, I was pretty good at soccer. But I'll tell you this, my son's 3 years old, Jaden Thomas Payton, and he will be playing baseball.
That's nice to know. 2-0 on Tommy Pham. So we should give out the Twitter handle at CLTV Sports Feed. Yes. Correct?
Okay. We don't talk about food, but it's close.
There's Lester's pitch. Foul strike, 2-1.
So is it Chicago-centric? Do you talk all sports, mostly focus on Chicago?
Yeah, definitely a Chicago focus, if you will, but national team, if that stuff like that happens, NBA finals, bigger events we'll definitely touch on, but we've had a lot of guests on, local guests, whether players, coaches, other media personalities, so definitely want to keep it Chicago-based. And we were talking the other day how training camp for football is around the corner. We can't believe that, and that'll be a huge focus for us as well going forward. But yeah, all the Chicago teams, and hopefully high schools as well. High school coverage, local colleges.
Jarrett, what do you think of the Bears' offseason so far?
I'm excited. I'm very excited to see, what John Fox has in store. I think this is going to be a big year, a rebuilding year for this team. But you look at what this means for Jay Cutler. It's put up or shut up for him this year.
2 is hit high in the air. Fowler is underneath, and he makes a catch to end the inning. Jarrett Payton and Josh Friedman, check them out, 6 to 7, Sunday through Thursday evenings. Thanks, guys.
Pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Still brewed the hard way. This Bud's for you.
Stay tuned for the 7th inning stretch. Brought to you by Budweiser. Still brewed the hard way. This Bud's for you. The Alien Ant Farm, the alternative rock band. It's a great cover of the Michael Jackson tune, Smooth Criminal. And gosh, it got to be 14, 15 years ago. And they're big baseball fans as well. 1 ball, no strikes. Chris Coughlin.
John Lackey now doing a double take, staring in at Ted Barrett, questioning that call.
In the air, right field, Hayward.
And it's funny, you see pitchers, they'll look in and they'll kind of motion, where was it? Was it up? Was it out? And they'll move their hand around. And really what they're saying is, I think you blew that call. They don't really want to know where it was. They're just telling the umpire, I think you blew the call.
Ken Rosenthal tweeting, basically saying, got to vote for Clayton Kershaw. He's one of the 5 guys on the extra man vote, and I'm kind of with him. First of all, he hasn't been bad, but you referenced this earlier this year. The All-Star game should mean more about the first 2.5, 3 months of this season. If we go back to the 80s, man, it was, Ripken every year, Tony Gwynn every year. Now, those guys probably deserved it based on the merits of that season anyway, but even if their numbers were a little down, they voted.
They're all-stars. Certain guys are just all-stars unless they really fall off the table, and that's not the case with Kershaw.
That is a fair ball, and Molina will get Rizzo 2-3.
The Budweiser Bleacher Fridays continue this Friday with an extra inning show featuring Fitz and the Tantrums from inside the ballpark. Bleacher fans 21 and older will receive an extra innings concert koozie presented by Budweiser. Post-game show is open to all game attendees. For more information, visit Cubs.com. Yadier Molina. Player vote, manager selection. How's Yadi on there?
I could have to find out. He's in.
Because he's one of those guys, right? Even when he's not having his best year.
I would say so, yes. Hayward makes the catch.
Take the joystick away from Grandpa. Schedule. Cardinals tomorrow at noon here on WGN, then 7 o'clock CSN tomorrow night, and wrap up this 4-game set with St. Louis a Wednesday evening. First pitch 7:05, airtime straight up 7 o'clock. Ford, America's best-selling brand, inviting you to go further in our fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out our entire lineup at your Ford store or localfordstores.com.
Addison Russell gets Matt Carpenter. Yadier Molina got in on a player vote, by the way. Fourth inning. No score. There's Johnny Peralta.
Of course, then there will be pitchers who made the club that won't be able to pitch because they pitch on Sunday. So
he might, right.
Additional guys will be added.
Yep. Yeah, I think the all-star rosters are a little too big, but after the tie, that kind of cemented the idea of having 30 what?
I don't know what the number is.
4? Something like that per team. Peralta yanks one to left, pretty much right at Coughlin, who had to move a couple of steps to his left. Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. Cardinals and Cubs, always fun when these two teams match up. Len and JD and our WGN Sports crew will have the first 2 games of this series, including tomorrow for the makeup game at noon. Oh, 1 to Hayward. Castro backhanded short, and John Lester with a quick 1-2-3. Ford C. Frick Award winner, not this year, but a few years ago, Tim McCarver. in the Cardinal booth. Got an interesting, fun note on him a little later. Scoreless.
And an official Cubs and MasterCard debit card, only available at your local Wintrust Community Bank. Go to wintrust.com/Cubs to learn more. Member FDIC.
So let me finish up the Tim McCarver note before I forget. We were having fun with his playing career because he started in 1959 and he ended his career. Tim was a catcher 1980. Doing the Kevin Bacon 6 degrees of separation. He faced a pitcher who faced an active player. So we were able, basically 1 degree of separation, to get from Tim McCarver to Alex Rodriguez and probably a few other guys who are still active. And that pitcher is Jesse Orosco. Jesse Orosco faced Tim McCarver at the beginning of his career and A-Rod at the end of his career. So you can get from 1959 to 2015 pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Fun.
McCarver to Orosco and to A-Rod, and yes, Orosco of 2003 he retired, so there's a fair number of guys still active, I would think.
Tim also faced Warren the Spahn, whose career began in 1942.
Right, so you could make that bridge from Spahn to McCarver. You know, Spahn going backward, you could probably get back to Babe Ruth or somebody to get to Tim McCarver.
It's a 2-1. Montero rolls one. Colton Wong. All right, here comes Starlin Castro. And they're fun in the dugout with his walk-up music. I don't ever remember seeing players in the dugout ever doing that for any sort of music on a regular basis.
No,
do you?
I do not. It's kind of fun. It reminds me of my minor league days when a lot of goofy stuff went on.
Fouled off.
I was in the New York Penn League, 1982, playing for the Oneonta Yankees. Fred Nelson, a longtime baseball lifer, and then moved into the front office with the Astros. And he was managing the Niagara Falls club back then. And he was prematurely gray, had kind of white hair. And somehow we got it in our minds that he looked like Johnny Carson.
Okay.
So anytime he would go out to change pitchers or talk to the pitcher, our whole dugout would break into dun 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 dun. We do the Tonight Show theme. I mean, it's so Bush League, but so much fun.
Yeah, it's a long season. You got to have fun with it. Peralta, smooth. We'd love to see your Cubs selfie at hashtag WGN Cubs. We just took that picture a couple of innings ago, Jared and John. We will show your selfie in the fan cam segment a little later.
For those of you who don't know, Johnny Carson was a longtime late night television host.
Jorge Soler. These starters now really settling in. High pitch innings early on, but only 2 hits combined. The Cubs own both through 4. It's brought to you by Fifth Third Bank, the Curious Bank. John Lester has given up a walk. That was the second batter he faced, Matt Carpenter, and nothing since. Molina out in the deep right. Soler back on it. He makes the catch just before he got to the track.
The Chicago Cubs baseball summer camps presented by ATI Physical Therapy are in session now. There's still time to give your kids the official Cubs baseball experience this summer. Week-long sessions are still available in Palatine, Naperville, and Evanston. Sign up at Cubs.com/kids.
So Lester's retired 12 straight and 13 of the 14 he's faced in this game.
Cubs have pitched 3 shutouts in the last 6 games. They've pitched to an 0.80 ERA in that stretch. $11 shutouts for the year.
And it's tied for the second most in baseball. And prior to the break, only the 1969 Cubs had more shutouts in team history, dating back to 1933. They had 18 shutouts.
The game is starting to look like the late 60s, isn't it?
Yep.
All the low-run games.
Looking more like 68 and 69.
I find myself with a lot of time on my hands, and I'll go through the box scores. Not every day, but a lot of days I'll just look and see, how many runs were needed to win this game. And it's amazing how many times it's like 3.
Bryant With a nifty backhand, and he gets Wong by a step. Once again, step aside, see what's coming up on WGN. Lester's worked with a good pace. He's got some early swings here lately, and it's kept the defense on its toes.
Took a while to get rolling there in the first, but yeah, absolutely. It looks like he and Miguel Montero are in sync after kind of fighting through it a little bit in the first. We'll be calling Rossi a Wally Pipp if this keeps up.
Two strikes on Reynolds.
Oh, nice.
3 strikes on Reynolds. John Lester through 5 has not allowed a hit. Got to get the offense going against John Lackey in a 0-0 tie. Chance to catch the best matchups in baseball. Reserve your place in line for history in the making. Join the season ticket holder waiting list. It's easy and free to register. For details, visit Cubs.com/waitlist. Pitcher's night. Temps in the 80s, wind blowing straight out to center. Go figure.
Pitchers have neutralized the elements.
1-0 on Dexter Fowler. And followed by one of the best hitters in this game tonight, John Lester, who's 1 for 1.
Cubs have scored 2 or fewer in 10 of their last 12 ball games. And we were talking with Joe Madden about that this afternoon. He said, look, man, we've been facing Cardinals, Dodgers, Mets, and some of the best pitching teams in all of baseball. You expect to play tight, low-run games. And the Cubs have held up their end with quality pitching as well, so they've been able to manage to win their fair share of those games.
Pulled into right. Good start.
Time now for the speed replay, brought to you by Xfinity and history in the making. Major league knock for John Lester. On top of that high fastball. BB off of Lackey. And they're loving it in the Cub dugout. Speed Replay is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
He's got to get better at the rubbing the helmet bit.
The John-O-meter.
Bunting spot here. Oh, hit and run is that ball tapped to Reynolds, and he'll get to first. That's a Joe Madden special. Eschewing the bunt.
Yep, not a big fan of giving up the out. He'll do it. Actually, he does it more with 2 strikes when he figures the chance of getting anything done other than a bunt is fairly remote. A lot of times he'll let that pitcher swing. This time he starts Fowler, turns Lester loose, plays a little run and hit. So as good as a sacrifice.
Couple of shots to get the first run home, starting with Russell. Caught looking on strikes in the second. Long playing right near the bag. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, and the game changer in that whole situation is the guy behind home plate, because if you feel like you had a tandem you could run on with Fowler, you might be inclined to go straight steal and then let Lester try to bunt him over to third base. It's a tough base to get with Molina behind the plate.
2. Hey, we want to mention this weekend the Crosstown Cup Series, White Sox and Cubs. The entire Cubs team on Sunday will wear number 14 throwbacks from 1958 in honor of Mr. Cub Ernie Banks. White Sox will wear unis from the same era. And then Friday, August 14th, down on the south side, blocked by Molina. The White Sox will wear Minnie Minoso's number 9 from the 1950s. The Cubs will also wear throwbacks. Using a couple of baseball and Chicago legends over the winter, Ernie Banks and Minnie Minoso.
We should wear suits and fedoras.
Russell strikes out. Third punch out for Lackey. Yeah, we did that back in 2008. WGN's 60th anniversary. Cubs baseball. So here's what's coming up. And after the break, a trip to Atlanta. And Cincinnati as well.
Well, the Atlantas are hanging in there, a couple games below 500. Cincinnati's gone through a rough patch here recently. They'd been on the move. Just got swept by the Brewers. Brewers have won 8 in a row. They're the hottest team in baseball.
Of the 30 teams on an annual basis, how many of them are the quote hottest team in baseball at any given point?
Define hot.
Does every team at some point get the hottest team in baseball moniker just because it's a 6-month grind?
I think you have to win at least 5 in a row to qualify to be considered as the hottest team.
If the Brewers can be the hottest team in baseball, and that means it's probably a good amount of teams could claim that, depending on the timing.
That's the thing about baseball.
Well, the hottest pitcher in baseball may be a name a lot of people don't know. He's a left-hander named Mike Montgomery. And after back-to-back shutouts, he was pretty darn good in his last start. Almost Max Scherzer-like over his last 3 outings. 1-2.
Lackey with the jump on Coughlin here. Coughlin's got good numbers in his career against Lackey.
by the way, drafted first-round pick 2008 by Kansas City. Went to Tampa Bay in the James Shields deal prior to 2013, and then sent from Tampa Bay to Seattle March 31st of this season. 26 years old. Two.
Lackey's body language seemed to imply that he thought that was a strike. It appeared to be off the plate.
So Gregory chimes in regarding your comment about hottest. If you have to have a 5-game winning streak, he said it can't be defined because there's always a hottest, even though it's 2 or 3 wins. So
no, it's not. It can be defined. We can set the parameters for what we consider a hot team to be. He's correct in that there can be one team that's. Everybody in baseball could be 1-1 and somebody's won 2 in a row, and under that definition, they're the hottest. But we're not going to allow that. In our world.
I like your answer. Close, but Reynolds beats Coughlin to the bag. JD putting his foot down. I love it.
These kids, they want a trophy for everything. Right now, for your chance to win 6 meals from the Simple 6 menu from Subway. Subway, eat fresh. Message and data rates may apply.
It's precipitating. Not very hard, though. I haven't seen a lot of fans move from their seats just yet.
But the wind, the flags have stiffened out there. Wind's picked up. The guy was an Eagle Scout. Always prepared.
Grichuk, Lackey, and Pham. How's the Pham? We're in the 6th. Just foul. Close.
Took a strong kid, man. He is put together. Quick bat. Swings and misses a lot, though. He's got a very high strikeout rate.
Swing and a miss. Grichuk 0 for his last 19 now.
Number 6 for Mr. Lester. A little high cheddar.
I think a lot of that might have been consumed at the Grateful Dead show. Here's Lackey. Just below the knees, ball 1. Foul back 1-1. Rays and Royals were postponed in Kansas City tonight. Reds and Nationals 2-2 as they play the 7th in D.C. Padres Pirates 1-1 as they go to the 8th in Pittsburgh. Line to Russell. One of the hardest hit balls off a Cardinal bat, and it was John Lackey who hit it.
Don't you dare, John Lackey.
Hey, we're on Cardinal TV. Wave.
Where the shooting from?
I'm not sure. In there on Pham. 0-1. Come on, dude. You can hold the umbrella.
Yeah, what's up with that? Let's assume they're taking turns.
Yeah. Carpenter on deck. 2 balls and a strike to Tommy Pham. Russell will have to charge. Lester no hitting the Cardinals through 6. Still though, no runs in the ball game. John Lester has just been on top of his game tonight.
Yeah, as he was last time out against the Mets, and the cutter down and in against these right-handed hitters, always a big weapon for him. He's thrown some nice change-ups, elevated the fastball on occasion. He's been very efficient. It's always good when you have more hits than you've allowed, and that's the case for John Lester here tonight.
Mazda conviction, creativity, courage. This is the Mazda way. He's not taking the bait. He's got to hold the phone to tweet. Rizzo takes a fastball up for ball one. All-star Anthony Rizzo, second straight year. Joining rookie teammate Chris Bryant.
He wants to do some damage against Lackey here after Lackey drilled him with a heater back in St. Louis. He's got a hitter's count.
2-0 on its way. It's a strike. Lackey debuted 2002 with the then Anaheim Angels. And they went all the way, won the World Series. He pitched Game 7. A 4-1 win over the Giants. Went 5, gave up 1 run. Line foul. Well, they're still not moving in the bullpen. They've got that little game they play, and I think somebody flinched over there.
Yeah,
they're saying
that Hector, I think Rondon did.
And you're out. Pulled to right, but pulled too much.
He turned on that one. Drives one the other way, and then he's ready for the inside heater. Not bad here for Rizzo. Yeah, if you don't know what we're talking about, the relievers down there in the bullpen, they play this game. They can't move when a foul ball is hitting their direction. I'm not sure what the prize is, if there's money on the line or just pride.
Hustled out in his shadow left center for a base hit. Rizzo's aboard to start the 6th.
Most your best customers and guests in a private suite at Wrigley Field. The Nuveen Investment Suites can accommodate anywhere from 15 to 55 and include food, all you can drink beverages, and parking. To book your premier experience here at the ballpark, visit Cubs.com/suites.
Chris Bryant flying to the warning track in left in the first, and then flying the other way to right in the third.
Just didn't quite get the head of the bat out in front in his first at bat.
Short lead by Rizzo. Bryant had a good cut at a fastball.
Lackey every now and then will drop his arm angle a little bit as he did there. A little different look.
Here it comes. It's off the corner, 1-1. Left center. Rizzo will take a look. He's going to try for third. He's going to get in. Throw goes to second. They're at the corners. The All-Stars starting a rally.
Rizzo fought one off, and Bryant just went up and lashed this line drive to left center. It's a rocket. Good base running by Rizzo. The play's in front of him. He sees how far Grichuk has to go to get that ball. Knows he's going to have a tough time getting into a good throwing position to make a strong, accurate throw to third. And then with the bobble, there became no option at all for Grichuk.
So the Cardinals have played for a shot at a double play up the middle. Give up the first run. Might change if they could get Montero without the run scoring.
I'm a little surprised at this stage of the ball game, the way Lester's going along with the Cubs bullpen, the way they've been throwing, and the fact that it's raining. I'm surprised that they would concede anything here.
Fouled away. Actually, they would stay in double play depth because there'd be one out. Castro, a ground ball hitter on deck. So key that Montero comes through here. Swinging and a miss, 1-2.
Swinging through a lot of fastballs lately. Getting a little long with the swing. Usually pretty good at working his way back into counts.
Light rain falling, wind blowing out, scoreless tie, 6th inning. Blocked by Molina. Strikeout for John Lackey. Well, that pitcher gets that first out and starts to see a little light at the end of the tunnel. It would have been a changeup. It was 83 miles an hour. So here's Castro. Chance for another big hit, and he's come up with a bunch of them this year.
Jason Hayward very deep in right field. Just fight one off, shoot it the other way. Not to roll over and hit a ground ball.
Rizzo dancing off third, but Lackey didn't flinch a bit, and Molina digs that one out of the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes.
Cardinals, I'd be tempted to pull Matt Carpenter in a little bit down there at third base. Castro hits a lot of those slow rollers on the left side of the infield, where Carpenter's position, it would be very difficult for him to make a play. Certainly couldn't get 2 on the slow roller. If he's in, he could make a play on Rizzo.
Well, the good news about the rain is we could play through this for another couple of hours. If it rains harder, then that's a problem. A little bit of good news is the Cubs have a chance to get the lead here in the 6th. It's 1-1 on Castro.
This glove side command of the fastball has been really good tonight.
Tends to hold the ball a long time with runners on base, and invariably a hitter will request time, and we'll have what just occurred happen, and then Lackey kind of looks aggravated.
Yeah, well, that's because that's what you've been trained to do as a pitcher. You get aggravated with that. Somebody's going to get hurt. Nobody's ever gotten hurt when that happens. But always if somebody's yelling from the dugout. Timing goes quickly. That's part of it, too, for a veteran guy like Lackey. He's been around a long time, 36 years of age. You mentioned the fact that he broke in way back in 2002. So he knows all the tricks in terms of changing his arm angle, changing the tempo.
He won World Series clinching games with 2 different teams. And he might be eyeing a 3rd here with the team holding the best record in baseball. Castro, diving stop. Long, they're going to turn it to get out of the inning. Oh my, a 4-6-3 double play. You cannot blame Starlin for that.
No, he did exactly what he was supposed to do.
Still 0-0. Fare thee well, Grateful Dead. There we go. Nicely done, young man. I was going, I wish they would put me on camera so I can hand you the umbrella again.
Get vindicated.
Underway here in the 7th. Oh, what a golden opportunity for the Cubs. Colton Wong with a defensive gem of the night, turning a 4-6-3 double play.
Yeah, what I meant when I said Castro did exactly what he was supposed to do. Just staying inside the ball, hitting it the other way, you're much more likely to get that ball airborne as opposed to trying to pull that pitch and rolling it over. So he had the right idea, hit it hard. Unfortunately for him, didn't get it airborne, and Wong there to make a heck of a play. Joe Madden probably kicking himself, saying, should have started Bryant on 2-1.
The 0-2 to Carpenter. He struck him out.
And that's, the pitch is out away from him. Does exactly what he's supposed to do. Sometimes, even when you have the right approach, it doesn't pay off.
John Lester's faced 20 Cardinal hitters tonight, and he's allowed one of them to reach. That was a Carpenter walk in the first inning.
He has one no-hitter to his credit, 2008 against the Kansas City Royals.
Bryant just able to knock it down. The ball goes into foul territory, and that will be the Cardinals' first hit. So Johnny Peralta has broken up a couple of these now this year. Did it at Cleveland with 2 outs in the 7th on May 13th.
A play that Chris certainly is capable of making, but if you're the official scorer, you're probably saying base hit. The only mitigating factor would be the fact that there's a no-hitter going, but I think knock is the right call.
There's Hayward, 1 on, 1 out. Very lightly raining, and outside for ball 1. Cubs would love to turn 2 here. And a chance. Bryant, and it gets past Russell. Peralta to third. Well, in an effort to turn 2, they get none.
Yeah, probably a little greedy there. Very difficult double play to turn. Short hop on the backhand side, spinning. Russell not able to knock that ball down.
Fielder's choice and an error on Chris Bryant. Here comes the manager, Joe Madden. Nobody up in the bullpen. This is just a reset. We're fine. Make a pitch, get out of the inning.
The old adage, first man sure, second man quick, applied there. Just take a little more time to right himself and then read the play. If he didn't have a play at second base, just go across the diamond to first for the second out. So hard though, right? Just a guy trying to make a play.
Yep. Things change so quickly in this game, don't they? Cubs had 2 on, nobody out, with a cleanup man coming up in the bottom of the 6th. John Lackey found a way out of it. John Lester went into the 7th inning, having no hit the Cardinals through 6. Now all of a sudden they have him at the corners with 1 out. And that guy at the plate, Molina. And there goes Hayward. The Cubs pitch out, and Montero fakes. Hayward with his 9th steal. Comes the infielders moving in.
See how aggressive they are with Molina. Pretty good going the other way in this situation, so they'll probably do a fair bit of work inside and probably stay off the plate. If he's just not willing to chase, go ahead and put him on.
Wong is on deck. He made the sparkling defensive play in the 6th. That will get the Cardinals a lead as Soler makes the catch. Peralta tags and scores. Actually surprised Hayward didn't tag as well. 1-0 St. Louis.
Yadier Molina's spray chart is going to show a lot of balls hitting this direction, and when there's a man in scoring position, you're going to see a ton of them in that direction. And Hayward thinking that perhaps that ball would carry over the head of Soler, went about a third of the way, so he was not in position to tag and get on over to third.
There's Wong. His batting average about the same versus lefties as righties, but power way down. He's 0 for 2 tonight.
Bouncing around out there getting Lester's attention, but with 2 outs already in scoring position, I think if I'm John Lester, I just basically disregard Hayward.
Base hit in the left. Hayward around third. Coughlin up with it. And his throw is late. 2-0. Turning 2, the Cubs could not, and that allows this offense to get the first 2 runs of the game. Mark Reynolds. Wong's got a huge lead. I think with the lead now, they're just gonna run. There he goes. No throw.
Yeah, and sooner or later, John's going to have to go over, because it's not just this game you're worried about. It's every advanced scout, everybody watching this game that's taking notes. Because this is the most aggressive we've seen any club be in terms of taking that huge lead against John.
2-0. Balls, no strikes.
Mark Reynolds has big time power, so he'll have the green light here on 3-0. You see Montero telling Lester, flicking his wrist there, saying he's swinging. I don't assume he's not.
Him. We might see some action in the bullpen here. Grichuk will bat.
This is a tough patch here for Lester. Came into the inning with a no-hitter going. That's gone. Shutout's gone. The lead is gone. There was no lead. He finds himself down 2. Playing golf and you're having the round of your life and you make a triple bogey. Two on, 2 in.
tight on Grichuk. There's action in the Cardinal pen as Peter Borges is on deck in Lackey's spot. That's right-hander Mitch Harris. Curve strike, 1-1.
Looks like Chris Sale's streak of consecutive games with 10 or more strikeouts is going to end. He's working in the ninth. Pitched 8 1/3. He has struck out 6.
So that was 8 consecutive starts with at least 10, tying the major league record. They're already in the ninth.
Mark Burley's pitching for Toronto.
Yeah. They started when we did. Red Sox leading 4-2.
You get a Mark Burley Kyle Hendricks matchup. It might be over with in an hour and 30.
Cubs out hitting the Cardinals 5-2, but trailing on the big board 2-0.
A strikeout victim twice already tonight. He's showing a willingness to chase that high fastball, but that one was way up. What do you got? One of these runs earned so far of the 2?
Sounds about right. A hard time doing any sort of complicated math during an inning. Usually wait till the official score tells us. Swing and a miss to finally get out of it. 2-0 Cardinals. Time now for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Budweiser.
Take me out to the ball game. Members of the rock band Alien Ant Farm.
All right, Cubs fans, let me hear ya. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the ground. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back here. It's root for the Commies. They don't win, it's a shame. Or it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
Cubs find themselves trailing here in the late innings. And it will be John Lackey back out for one more. Strike one on Jorge Soler.
A lot of fastballs early in the game for Lackey, and then as he's gone through the lineup each successive time, more of a mix. Started Soler with a slider and then a fastball up and away, and he's shown that drop down arm angle from time to time. Justin Grimm cranking it up.
Two balls and a strike.
Two-out double for Soler in the second. A rocket to straightaway center. That would work just fine here. Apply a little pressure.
Center base hit. Leadoff man on now for the third straight inning. By the way, both runs were earned in the top of this seventh inning.
More solid contact from Soler. He gets real good exit velocity scores.
Yeah, you're right. Ball just jumps off his bat. And here's Dexter Fowler. Way lower than he's used to. Seventh tonight, but he's walked and singled. About a change of scenery, it usually means getting traded to another team. Well, in Fowler's case tonight, it's just a change of batting position.
Yeah, just Joe trying to shake things up a little bit. Feels like maybe he'll get more pitches to hit, or Dexter won't go up there with an approach other than just go hit, just go have a good at bat.
2 balls, no strikes.
Baxter out on deck to hit for John Lester. Cardinals, like the Cubs, with an 8-man bullpen, a lefty and a righty up currently. Segrist, is it Manus now? Harris earlier.
Manus normally in this spot would be the guy, and it is Seth Manus. And Segrist along with him. Three and one.
Rendon has joined Grimm. Fish fastball at 89. Saw prior to the pitch, Molina pumping his fists, encouraging Lackey. Lackey responds with a perfectly placed fastball.
Driven to right. Hayward looks back. He's on the warning track. He's got it. Right up against the vines, and Soler has to retreat.
Tough luck for Fowler. Slug your way to the Home Run Derby crown and master the free award-winning game millions are playing. Download MLB.com Home Run Derby free on the App Store and Google Play.
Actually, both runs unearned now for Lester. Never changing thing.
Odd features of this ballpark on the line there with that well becomes pitcher friendly.
Mike Baxter hitting for Lester. 7 innings, 2 hits, 2 unearned runs, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts. He was magnificent tonight.
Yeah, he's had one bad one in the last 5. 2.22 ERA in his last 4 starts prior to tonight. But he just hasn't been able to pick up a win. The team was 3-1 in those 4 previous starts. So 3 no decisions and a loss for John. He has not picked up a win since May 16th.
It's been a long drought in that regard. Step on first, throw to second. Soler tag, double play. 3-6 inning over. 2-0 Cardinals. Two runs, but they were unearned tonight because of the Chris Bryant error. He took a no-hitter into the 7th, in fact. So the Cardinals leading this game, even though they're being out-hit 6-2, as you can see the rain really coming down in the background. Honda Dream Garage sales event now at your Honda dealer. You may be edging ever so closely to a delay as Justin Grimm will work here in the 8th inning. The crew chief is Ted Barrett. That's a home plate umpire, so we'll keep an eye on him.
He's bringing it pretty good right now. They must have some information that leads them to believe this is going to be in and out of here quickly, because it is bringing it right now.
Grimm against Peter Borges. Fouled off. I'm not saying it's raining hard, but I'm picturing Bill Murray playing golf in Caddyshack right now. Fastball strike.
Fun at bat for Borges, right? Hanging out in the dugout all night. Come out here, guys throwing 97 with a snapdragon curveball and raining to beat the band.
Line right field. Soler had to adjust as he misjudged it at the beginning. Well, and you know, the other part of this, JD, is that we got to play 2 tomorrow, and the first game starts just after noon. So if you do stop this game and it doesn't stop raining for another 2 hours, that would not be ideal. So we are in the 8th inning. If we could find a way through these final 2, that is preferable. Pham with 1 out.
Pham not a kid. He spent a number of years in the minor leagues. He's 27 years of age.
A lot of big league time. This is just his 10th game. Came in with 13 career plate appearances. First homer, first 3 RBIs came yesterday against San Diego in a Cardinal win. About an hour 54 for the White Sox to beat the Blue Jays tonight 4-2. Burley and Sale both went the distance. Burley a complete game 8-inning loss. He gave up 4 unearned runs. Chris Sale went all 9 and got the win.
So we should get Lester Sale on Saturday, correct?
Yep. Sounds right.
I'm going to buy my ticket right now.
Yeah, Clayton Richard will not make a start this week. That's the plan. He would be available out of the bullpen. And Lester would come back after the off day, pitch on normal rest. Let's see, Hendricks, Lester, Arrieta this weekend. Out number 2. Both balls have been hit pretty hard. He is really spitting right now. And Ted Barrett's a patient man. He has not shown any inclination here to stop this game. So you mentioned they may have information that it's not going to last. I think they may have the opposite information. It may be here the rest of the night.
Might as well just push on through.
Yeah, we may just play until the absolute last possible second, and then it could be.
And a lot depends just on how well the field holds up. That's the one concern is once the field's taking on so much water, if the pitcher's starting to slip and slide out there, and you're worried about him hitting somebody in the coconut with a fastball. That's when you have to make that decision at that point.
Opener needs a towel to help his grip on the bat.
Were you in Florida when C.J. Nitkowski hit Craig Counsell in the face?
No.
Yeah, you were probably already up here. Astros were playing in Miami in conditions similar to this. C.J. was not very sure-footed on the mound, and one got away and hit Counsell right in the cheek.
And if you're the Cubs, stalling here doesn't really serve any purpose, because if they call for the tarp right now and we don't resume, the Cardinals win the game. So if you're the Cubs, you just got to play this thing out. Interesting. You see Grimm holding the ball under his
giving his hand dry.
Swing and a miss to end the Cardinal 8th. In a downpour here at Wrigley Field, it's 2-0 St. Louis. Field just took on too much heavy rain. So before the Cubs can bat in the bottom of the 8th, we will be in a delay. And I should add, Bill Murray was not playing golf in the rain. He was caddying
for the Priest. Somebody checked in on Twitter.
Wanted to get that in before we send it to the news. Cardinals leading 2-0. So it'll be interesting to see how long we wait here. We've got a day-night doubleheader makeup tomorrow. Be on the air at noon here on WGN for Game 1. It's possible this rain could hang around here for another 3 or 4 hours. So is there a window to get in the final inning and a half or whatever it takes to finish this one? If we do not resume, the Cardinals would win. Got an off day Thursday, White Sox this weekend, and then as you mentioned, the schedule does soften after the break.
Yeah, and you never know. You could run into some hot teams, but just based on the one-loss records as you look forward, it seems to soften quite a bit. Atlanta's below 500. The Reds are scuffling. We got the Rockies, the Phillies, who have been bad all year. So a lot of it depends on how you're playing. If your guys are swinging it, what the pitching matchups look like. But bottom line is, just on paper, it looks more favorable for the Cubs over the next month than it did the last month.
So Reynolds wrap, rain delay. As most of the fans have taken cover, a few others have just decided we don't mind standing in the rain. The Cubs 13 over against everybody but the Cardinals. And yeah, you see, less than 3 runs per game, but that's what the Cardinals pitching staff has done against everybody.
Well, and the thing about it too is it's not like the Cubs are beating up on the lesser clubs. They have one of the better records in baseball against teams with winning records. They just have not been able to beat the Cardinals.
So 2-0. The Cardinals got their runs in the 7th. They were both unearned off John Lester. The Cardinals are on a pace to win 106. They've got 53 at their halfway point. The Cubs playing game number 81 here tonight. The Cubs in very good shape in the wild card race, as the Giants have struggled here as of late. They just completed an 0-6 road trip. But we've got half the season to play, so a lot of things still to be determined.
Cubs on a pace to win 89 games. Normally that would be good enough to get one of those wild card spots.
So they're standing by in the WGN newsroom. We'll have the news and we'll have updates from Wrigley Field. 2-0 Cardinals in the 8th. It's his second consecutive All-Star nod. For Chris Bryant, it's his first. He recently made his big league debut in April.
Obviously, it's exciting, you know, especially, you know, to be on a stage like this in Major League Baseball. I mean, obviously, I've been in some All-Star games, but I don't think anything can compare to, you know, making the, you know, Major League All-Star team. So, you know, it's kind of weird right now. I know we have a game in an hour, so I'm trying not to get too excited and whatnot, but it obviously is pretty cool.
You've done the futures games, you kind of know the All-Star experience, right? That might help a little bit.
Yeah, I got a chance to see that and the type of fans there and the amount of fans there. So, yeah, that was really cool to see that last year and just the, you know, just how fun it was. I mean, obviously last year the Futures game was a whole lot of fun for me. I didn't get to stay for the All-Star game, but I got to experience it a little bit and see, you know, the type of fun it was.
Have you even had a chance to text family, call family, anything like that?
No, not yet. I'll probably give them a call here shortly. But yeah, I mean, I'll, you know, like I said, I really got to focus on the game here. I'd rather win this game than, you know, focus on the All-Star game right now.
Rizzo's been a guy that you've been around a lot, spent a lot of time around off the field with, too.
Mm-hmm.
To be able to go with him, what do you think that's going to be like? When you're around him?
Yeah, that's obviously pretty special for both of us. He's taken me under his wing. You know, I'm proud to call him a friend, and he's a great teammate. And you know, I just really look forward to having a whole lot of fun with him. He's definitely very deserving. I couldn't be more happy for him. And you know, I'm happy to, you know, hit behind him in the order. I mean, I've just been having a blast with him. I really can't say enough about him.
What does the All-Star game mean to you? What memories do you have of it, like watching as a kid? And just what does it mean to you now that you're in this?
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, for me, it was just, you know, watching those games growing up. It was all about the fun it was and all the smiles on the field. I remember, who was it, Torrey Hunter, Robin Barry Bonds. That's one of my favorite All-Star moments, watching that. But, you know, everybody just had a smile on their face. You know, the fans are having a good time. It's just a really cool atmosphere to get, you know, guys from all over the league together and play one game, you know, on a team that, you know, they're not normally on together. So it's pretty cool to see that.
What do you want to do in the All-Star game?
Like I said, it's going to be kind of just like my debut, just kind of enjoy everything, take it all in. You know, I hope to, you know, play many of those games, but it might be the only time I get to do that. So you only have one debut, and I'm going to treat this All-Star game like it's my only one, so I'm going to have fun with it.
You heard about the home run derby? Are you open to that?
Yeah, I'm open to it. I think I might be in it. So, yeah.
You think or you know?
I told him, I said if I make the team, I'd definitely do it. So, yeah, it's fun. Homers are fun.
For background, officially, they have not put a team together yet. They've reached out to a lot of guys nationally, and so it'd be a little early to.
Yeah, I'm not completely sure if I'm in it, but I told him I would.
Chris, I mean, it's only a month after, 2 years and a month after being drafted, and you're an All-Star, and all that stuff in spring training this year, and you're an All-Star. I mean, can you describe that?
Yeah, it's all happened so quick. You know, but I mean, I've just been having so much fun with this. My baseball career so far, the people I've met, you know, the relationships I've formed, you know, all that plays a big part into where I am now. And you know, I'm just so thankful for, you know, the opportunity I've been given, you know, to play for a team like this and go out there and help them win in any way I can. And you know, right now it's a pretty special feeling for me.
Yeah. So is a very polished young man, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff. As Chris Bryant will head to Cincinnati along with his teammate Anthony Rizzo. But first things first, as the Cubs try to come back late, trailing 2-0 to the Cardinals here tonight. And for the time being, the rain has stopped. And in the bottom of the eighth, it'll be Russell, Coghlan, and Rizzo. Bryant, if anybody reaches. And it looks like it's going to be left-hander Kevin Segrist to pitch for St. Louis.
And he was up a long time ago, and makes sense with Coghlan and Rizzo due after Russell here in the bottom of the eighth. Double dip tomorrow. Lyons and Cooney, the left-handers, will go for the Cardinals. Arrieta and Dallas Beeler. You see the numbers overall for Dallas at AAA, not good, but much better lately. He's coming off injury. We saw him a little bit at the big league level last year. And then the finale of the series on Wednesday. That's a dandy. Michael Wacha, an all-star. And Jason Hamill certainly pitched well enough to be an all-star. They'll get after it on Wednesday.
So the Cardinals now will take the field behind the tall left-hander.
Hey! How do you get to Wrigley Field? The Cubs suggest the use of public transportation if you ride your bike. Use the Cubs courtesy bike check located there at Clark and Addison. If you drive the car, Cubs provide free parking and shuttle service on night and weekend games. That's located at 3900 North Rockwell. For details, visit Cubs.com.
So you see the numbers for Siegrist. Could have made a case for him as an all-star. Real tough for the 7th and 8th inning guys, though, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't rack up a bunch of saves. That's what everybody pays attention when they contemplate relief pitching. But yeah, I think once in a great while you see a setup guy make the all-star team. Sometimes it's kind of a long and meritorious service, a guy who's done it a long while. But some of these guys with the glittering strikeout numbers, they certainly would get your attention. It's always tough for the hitters to come back after a long delay and dial it up and try to catch up to the velocity you typically see late in games.
Well, and the atmosphere has changed. As you see, Borges stays in the game, plays center. A big crowd of over 37,000 when we started. A very different scene here after a long rain delay.
Yeah, a lot of times there'll be a lengthy delay followed by a very brief remainder of the baseball game because it'll move quickly. Let's see if the Cubs can dial it up here and do some damage against Siegrist. 6 outs to play with, down 2.
So Siegrist against Russell to start the home half of the 8th. Swings at the first pitch and pops it up. And it is Reynolds. And he barely puts the wrap on that one. Wind kind of took hold of it and he almost dropped it.
Appeared to be settled under it, but at the last started to drift.
Chris Denorfia now for Coghlan.
Denorfia, while they're prepping the field to resume, he sprinted out to the cage, out into the bleachers in left field, got a few swings in. Give him fighting a chance here.
Yep, 1 hour, 16-minute rain delay officially. 0-2.
Got a big knock off the bench in yesterday's ball game.
Been very good in the pinch. Not this time though. Is that 95 probably feels like 105. Just could not catch up to it.
Yeah, it looked like he was looking in maybe and then just tried to put a defensive swing in that high and away fastball.
Rizzo 1 for 3. John Lackey, the starter tonight, went 7 shutout innings, 6 hits, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. Popped in his short center. Borges to end the inning. That's a 5-pitch 1-2-3 for Siegrist. Denorfi, after pinch hitting for Coghlan, will take his defensive position as well.
Been a while for Edwin. 8 days since he last pitched. That was in St. Louis. For the year, he's 2-1 with a 2.17 ERA. He works for the 22nd time. Peralta, Hayward, Molina due for the Cardinals here.
And if the Cubs are going to come back in the ninth, they'll have to do it against an all-star closer, Trevor Rosenthal, who's getting loose in the visiting bullpen. In fact, Rosenthal got more player votes than any other National League reliever on the ballot. One ball, no strikes on the three-time All-Star Johnny Peralta. Swing and a miss. There it is in the dirt.
Chapman made the team, right? Aroldis Chapman?
I believe he did, yep. Three and one. I mean, in some ways, if you simply wanted to structure your pitching staff for that game in an ideal fashion, you'd have a starter and then you'd have about 8 closers. As we're used to pitching out of the bullpen, as Peralta
starters go an inning at a time anyway, so you theoretically take a team full of relief pitchers. Even if you were having a bad year, you know, if you're a manager, you're going to want to roll this Chapman on that team to neutralize a lefty.
Absolutely. Well, maybe at some point we'll just call it the NLAL Midsummer Classic and kind of get rid of the All-Star designation. And just have your rosters built that way as opposed to some all-star thing where you have to kind of honor a guy's first half. You literally just say, these are the guys I want on my team, regardless of the kind of year they've had. How about a defensive specialist?
I'm thinking that ratings would go down
without
the star power. No, but yeah, there has been that argument in the past. You know, take a setup guy, take a utility player, honor the guy who's best at that.
Take Billy Hamilton just to run, to pinch run late.
Yeah, and I understand that thinking, but kind of for me that goes against what the All-Star game was all about, was showcasing the best and the brightest stars, that is.
1 and 2. Struck him out.
Really good slide balls in that sequence from Jackson, including that one to finish him off.
Molina gave the Cardinals the lead with a sacrifice fly in the 7th. Strike. Tsuyoshi Wada and Rafael Soriano pitched tonight for the AA Tennessee Smokies. Wada on a rehab assignment, 4 innings, 4 runs. Let's see, Soriano, I think, had 3 strikeouts in his inning of work. Yeah, 1 inning, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts. Gave up a leadoff double. And that was it. Iowa swept a doubleheader at New Orleans. One ball, 2 strikes, 9th inning. Cardinals lead 2-0. And on his hands, 2-2.
Allen backed up on him. Cubs in jeopardy of dropping a game to the Pirates, who were 2-1 winners tonight at home over the Padres.
Pedro Alvarez with a game-ending RBI single, bottom of the 9th. So they've won 8 out of 10. And did you know Alvarez is the son-in-law of Padres interim manager Pat Murphy?
I read that somewhere today.
Well, that wasn't very nice. Lined into right, and a base hit. Maybe. Yep, Molina's safe at first.
One of these days, Solaire's going to get somebody at first base. Some slow-footed pitcher will punch one out there.
2 on. And here is Colton Wong. Had a big night with the glove in the bat. A.J. Burnett of the Pirates, 38 years old, 17 years in the majors, first-time All-Star this year.
Seven and 2/3, 1 run tonight for Burnett, a 1.99 ERA.
Right now, John Lester, the pitcher of record for the Cubs, he would drop to 4-7. So this would be 9 straight starts without a win, but he came in the last 8 starts with a 3.78. And with no earned runs allowed in his 7 innings tonight, that ERA will go down. He has been a real tough luck pitcher here as of late.
.222 ERA over his last 4 before tonight.
Two and 1. Reds beat the Nationals 3-2 in Washington. Big home run by Eugenio Suarez in the 8th inning. Game winner for Cincinnati. In on the hands and fouled off. How about the Reds are 4-0 against the Nationals this season?
There you go. It's a wacky game.
Yep. Reds are 7 under. The Nationals are 9 over and leading their division. Base hit left field to Lodum. A walk and 2 singles, and the Cardinals threatening to add on here in the 9th.
So much for that theory about innings going quickly after the delay. Cubs went down very quickly, but the Cardinals getting a little something going here. Will walk single to load the bases. Watch Denorfian left take a pretty measured approach at this one. Wet outfield, you don't want to let that ball skip by you. And stalked it cautiously.
For Mark Reynolds bats. It'll be Chris Bosio to the mound.
Giants and the Mets are scoreless top of the 8th out in San Francisco. The Giants actually traveled today, day of game, after playing the night game last night.
Interesting.
Yeah, they had to get league permission to do that. It's something they did during the postseason last year. Instead of going to the ballpark or the airport after a night game and flying all night, went back to the hotel, got a good night's sleep, jumped on an airplane this morning.
After 3 true outcomes, has struck out twice and walked once. Concerns you a little bit. As you know what the other part of that is. One strike on him. Three on, 1 out. Russell playing almost behind second. They give Reynolds a lot of room through the hole on the right side. Now Montero asks for time. Fly ball right field. Soler makes the grab. Peralta tagging. 3-0. Mark Reynolds with a sacrifice fly.
Slider backed up on Jackson, and Reynolds essentially fought it off.
Grichuk now has struck out all 3 times, 0 for his last 20. First and second, a run in. Ooh, that one got away from Montero. That was bizarre. Was that a cross up?
I don't know. I'm guessing it was.
Looked like he whiffed on it.
Yeah, he got a little leather on it late. Maybe he didn't. It might have been right off Ted Barrett.
You mentioned the Mets and Giants scoreless late. One of those 2 teams will be able to gain some ground on the Cubs. If the Cardinals hold on here tonight. Right now the Cubs 3.5 up on both the Mets and Giants, who are 42 and 41 for that final wild card spot.
7 shutout from Jonathan Neese tonight, and 7 1/3 shutout for Chris Heston.
Trouble. We're going to get 2 into the left field corner. And Grichuk has stretched the Cardinal lead to 5-0. And he snaps the long offer.
Three consecutive strikeouts for Grichuk prior to this plate appearance.
Peter Borges fouls. Ground ball sharply hit center field. Grichuk around third. He's going to score 6-0. A 4-run night for the Cardinals.
Assuming that Mike Matheny has shut down Rosenthal and got plan B going out there. Doubleheader tomorrow, doesn't make sense to use Rosenthal now.
So it's Mitch Harris up for the second time tonight.
These hardy Cub fans that hung around during the long rain delay hoping to see the Cubs with a little magical comeback. Hoping for an epic comeback now.
Xavier Scruggs in the pitcher spot. This has been a rough inning for Edwin.
Yeah, it's been more good than bad from Edwin this year, but this has not been pretty here tonight. Good fastball, 58-footer. Looked like his foot slipped on him a little bit.
A 1-0 pitch. Look out, almost hit him. Scruggs made his debut last year. 27 years old. And in limited time, only 32 plate appearances. He's put up a .323 batting average here in 2015. Tops one to short. Castro will field, lobs to Rizzo, and finally the inning is over. The Cardinals send 8 to the plate. And they add 4 to their lead, 6-0. So it's 6-0, and that means no Trevor Rosenthal, at least for now. Instead, it is right-hander Mitch Harris, a graduate of the Naval Academy.
Yeah, interesting story. Drafted by the Cardinals in 2008. Served his commitment to the Navy, so he started his professional career in 2013. Hit 16 times at this level this year, and he's 1-1 with a 363. He's also spent time down at AAA. Good fastball, mid-90s. So throw cutter, a curveball, and a split finger pitch.
Second Naval Academy graduate to appear in a major league game. Pitcher Nemo Gaines, the first back in 1921.
Nemo? How perfect is that?
Working against Chris Bryant. The pitch by Harris is in for a strike.
Might have been the split.
Harris reached the status of lieutenant junior grade. 5 years of active duty in the U.S. Navy. 2 strikes on Bryant. Ground ball ranging to his left. Peralta off balance throw. He gets Bryant. We're out number 1. I want to wish Ralph Hamilton a happy birthday. Del Montero now. 1 for 15 so far in the homestand. Wong will come in. He's playing pretty deep out there on the right field grass. 2 outs, and it'll be up to Starlin Castro. 2 games tomorrow. Will hit the air at noon here on WGN. Leadoff man before the makeup game. First pitch 12:20. That is from April 7th's rainout. And the pitch by Harris. Called strike. In the last 13 games, including tonight, the Cubs have scored 3 or more runs twice. And the other night they got 7 and didn't have a hit. 7 runs, didn't have a hit after the Chris Bryant second inning grand slam. So they won the game in blowout fashion, but all the offense came early. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Harris coming back. Ground ball to short. This will do it. Peralta up with it. And the Cardinals shut out the Cubs tonight to start this 4-game set and have now won 8 of the first 10 in this season series. The Cubs hit the halfway point, 44 up, 37 down, and we'll have more from Wrigley Field in a moment.